And hello everybody. How we all doing? Bear with me a minute while I sort a couple things out. Okie doke, here we go. Right, so on that note, with all the background stuff out the way, hello and welcome everybody to the next round of the Enduro GT series, live here on GRT Esports for the 12 hours of Bathurst. It's gonna be a long one today. Probably going to split this into multiple parts throughout the entire day. So get ready for 12 hours of content, really. Should be a good laugh and some good fun. So hope everybody is sitting comfortably and is able to tune in for the night shift. First of all, we're getting the night shift out the way. Ready to go. Morning Rob, morning Mikey in the chat, I do see you two in there. We'll try to make ourselves proud as well as everybody else who will be competing in the racing today. So you watch Creasy, who is in for us on the first stint at night. Apologies if you can't see too much, it is the night stint, so I'll try to keep it as lit as possible. Let's have a quick look at some of the rest of the guys. We see one of the Porsches. Coming down the front straight, just before the mountain section. Brake discs glowing red. So let's have a quick introduction of everybody who will be competing today. So, we have ourselves, GRT Esports. It is Creasy, or Kieran, going round for our first stint at the night, so he will be doing qualifying here in about 5 minutes. We are going to be driving in the Hyundai. So let's have a quick look at the rest of the guys here. So, we have Jarnel in the Porsche. Now is this Team Penguin or Team Denilux? I can't tell because it's night time. I would love to be able to tell who's who, but the game is just too dark to actually distinguish the liveries. Plus we have Yarnell, who's currently coming down the back straight over the hill. Number 22, so that is Team Benelux. So you have Yarnell driving for Benelux in the Porsche today. Who's this coming over the hill? Millsy for Team Hex, I'm pretty sure. We were competing against them last time. Yep, Team Hex, Millsy in the bright red Mercedes. And we have another Mercedes in the form of Jackson underscore 55F1. And is there any... So I'm guessing that is JM Racing in the other Mercedes today. We have one of the Huracans in the pits for IOL E-Team. Hopefully they have a good showing out here today. I believe the rest of the guys are in the pits as well. I'm not quite sure who the Audi is. Looking at the list here. I'm not blind, am I? No. Well, not quite sure. And that's all the people that are out on grid at the moment. So let's just keep with Team Benelux for the moment in the Porsche, coming over the mountain section. It's going to be very, very tricky to try and keep this together in the night time. As we say, we're going to be starting qualifying in around 3 minutes. And hopefully everybody will be able to keep their laps together. To see the Porsche going back straight in the glowing moonlight, which I never realised because it's off to the side there. That's quite neat. So hopefully everybody's having a lovely Saturday. And to anybody who does watch today, thank you very much for taking your time out of your Saturday to tune into this endurance race all of today. As I said before, we will be going for a total of 12 hours, probably more when you counter in the fact that there's going to be stint timers in there. So it's going to be very, very interesting. We see the two Mercedes drivers here coming along the back straight over the hill. It's going to be very interesting to see how the different cars react around this circuit, especially at the changing conditions and times throughout the day. It's going to be very interesting to watch indeed. Still can't get over how good this game looks at times, even though it's even on a PS4 as well. Very enjoyable to watch. So we're coming up to 10:15 in the morning, well, 11:15 even in the morning. We should be starting qualifying very soon. So 10-minute qualifying session. All the guys just have bog standard qualifying session as you would usually see in Gran Turismo. 10 minutes, fast as you can. And see who comes out on top. So you're watching a lovely battle between the two Mercedes drivers here today, GM Racing and Team Hex. These two were battling out last time, between themselves last time at Dragon Trail Gardens. So it'll be interesting to see if these two can keep up a similar pace today and give us some more good action once again. It might be a little different with the pit stops as well this time around, because Bathurst actually surprisingly isn't that bad on tyre wear. So it's going to be interesting to see what strategies the teams use today as we start the qualifier. It really is, Mikey. It really is. One of my favourites. And here we go for the first 10 minutes of this very long race that we are doing today. Creasy looks like he's getting out on track first. In the Genesis. Lovely looking Genesis that by Mike as well. So yes, looks like we're only having 6 drivers for this first stint. Let's give the Hurricane a bit of a watch here, as it's the first time out on track for them. Very tricky coming over this mountain section. Everybody looks to be on the super softs, which definitely will be the quickest tyre. Yes, definitely, as everybody is on the super softs in this early stage for qualifying. Lovely shot there of coming over there on the run up towards Skyline. Hard on the power coming out along to the back straight. I think Jackson's just backing off of these two here. Ooh, so the Hurricane just goes a bit wide coming out of there along the back straight. The Hurricane, a very unruly car, and I'm not quite sure how it would handle in an endurance race. It would be quite interesting to find out. I guess we'll see later on how these guys can fare to the rest of the grid. Be interesting to see as the first couple of guys come over the line to start their flying lap. Creasy coming in as first across the line to start his first flying lap. Millsy as well, following him close behind. Yarnell in the mint coloured Porsche, it looks like, coming around the first corner as well. Does leave the only Huracan out on track at the moment. And Jackson also coming around the first corner to start his first flying lap too. As we finally get Zauberdrauch, I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm definitely butchering that name, so as he comes out of the pits to start their first lap. Should be interesting to see. It's really going to be a case of, can these guys keep it together out on track for these first few laps. You really just want to try and get at least one banker lap, have that lap set in stone, and then really try and push on the laps after this. It's a very difficult track to get around Bathurst. As soon as you get one clean lap together, just hearing now as well, in the Audi it is Pythagon Racing, number 77, in the Audi R8. Going to be very interesting to see as well how that Audi handles around here. Audi is a car I'm very unfamiliar with in GR3, to be honest. So it'll be very interesting to see how that performs in the race. As Creasy comes across the line to set a blistering time of a 2:09. Millsy behind him coming across a 2:04. Might have been a slight mistake on that lap for Millsy as he comes across the line. Yarnell comes across the line as well with a 2:02 in that Porsche. Let's have a quick look at the guys behind him. Jackson coming across the line now as well. A 2:02.3 for Jackson. Very quick lap from him. And Dusty, unfortunately, making a little bit of a mistake in the Huracan this lap. Gets him a 2:15. interesting lap so far. Very close between the midfield. There's not too much time separating them, especially with the likes of Jackson and that Porsche driver of Yarnell. A great time there from Creasy. And I believe there is no tyre or fuel wear on the qualifying laps, so there is quite a bit. There's quite a bit much. Let's see if I can get English right. There's a lot more grip on the qualifying laps without the tyre and fuel wear on, so it's going to allow him to push a lot harder. Good morning, Timmy. Hope you are well. Hope you're enjoying your weekend so far, even though it's just started, which is quite nice. But yes, as I say, this is like, I was more than happy to give Creasy this first slot with him being at the night time. This is one of his favourite orientations, especially Bathurst at night especially. As Creasy actually improves by a tenth with a 2:08 time from him. Millsy comes across the line 2:02.8. Oh, as it looks like Jackson unfortunately just makes a little bit of an error coming out of the S's there. And unfortunately that lap will be null and void, but he comes around for another try. 3 minutes left of this qualifying session, so it looks like there's going to be either 2 or 3 more laps for a lot of these guys here. As Dudley comes across the line to improve quite a bit there at the 2:05.8. A lot better time from him, but slightly off the pace compared to the rest of the guys there. Not sure if the German guys are able to set a lap here. Looks like they have been ghosting round this lap, but it's going to be an amazing time from the Germans in the R8. What, come across the line a 2:28. Amazing time from the AI there. As I say, guys, it is a varying level of skill level in this. As I say, it's all for fun, all for good show. We have some experienced drivers, we have some new drivers, all for good fun. So let's not judge them too harshly. So Creasy not managing to quite improve on that layer, although he wasn't too far behind. Looks like maybe a little bit of a mistake there. As Millsy comes across the line to take second place away from Jackson, a 2:02.2, great lap from him, puts him into second place. Looks like Yarnell doesn't manage to improve on his lap, as we see Jackson coming around the final corner as well. What kind of time will he get on this lap? Not managing to improve again, maybe another mistake on that lap. And it looks like all of these guys will be getting one more chance to set their best time possible. So we see the Hurricane slowly just improving his time, 2:05.6, shaving another couple tenths off his time. See Jackson thundering it around the mountain section. Will he be able to improve his time though? That is the question. Just misses the wall. Good exit there coming onto the back straight. as all these guys will be coming up to their final laps. So look, as Creasy comes across the line, doesn't look like he's going to improve there, but a very, very solid time there. Provisional pole for the moment. Will anybody be able to come close as Millsy comes across the line? Doesn't quite manage to improve. A very consistent lap time there though, only a 100th of a second off there as Euro comes across the line, and a great time from him, a 2:02 dead, puts him into second place. A great time by the Porsche there to put him into second place, and crucially the best starting position on the grid as Jackson comes across the line. They're just missing out, very close between the second, third and fourth there, with only 0.25 seconds separating them as Dudley comes across the line to end the qualifying session. Good morning Hippie, hope you're well. And as we get the first stint underway, so we see Creasy in pole position, alongside him is Jarnell in the Porsche, the two Mercedes drivers behind him. They'll be looking to get a good start as any in that Mercedes. Let's have a quick look at Jackson, who will be on the inside going into T1. Well, looks like it's a bit of a jump start by the Audi there, and they're off. Oh, both the Mercedes drivers look to go under the inside, unfortunately collide. Looks like the Huracan's trying to make a move on the inside there. Managed to get past Millsy. Good start from the Huracan as he managed to move up into third now. Great start from the Huracan drivers there. Creasy manages to maintain lead going through T1. And looks like Jarnell's going to try and make a move on the inside. Coming into the mountain section, dive up the inside by the Porsche, but look at the Huracan on the inside. An amazing start. Great driving there from Dudley, just leaving the door open there completely. Was the Porsche driver sent it too hard into the mountain section, and the Huracan just says thank you very much, and into the mountain section is in the lead. Unfortunately Creasy just losing out now, but is slowly recovering. So thunder around the mountain section, a lot of sparks flying with the underboards. Oh, it looks like Millsy just goes off in the background there. Oh, looks like the Porsche gets a bit wrong, and there goes Creasy, and there goes Jackson as well. Oh, looks like the Huracan just gets a bit wrong coming out of Skyline. Creasy moves to the inside there, and looks like he manages to make a pass, but crucially will he be able to fend off the Mercedes and the Huracan, as they are cars with better speed. It looks like the Mercedes is getting a bit on the grass there. The Huracan coming back around, he will have the outside line. Oh, bit of contact there between the Huracan and Creasy. Oh, and it's a bit messy coming into out of the back straight. Oh, big tyre smoke there, as it looks like Creasy gets clipped by the Porsche coming through there. A bit messy here in these opening stages, so Creasy now falls back down to 4th place and then gets overtaken on the inside by Millsy. But the Huracan driver manages to stay out in 1st place. Jackson just behind them in 2nd, Jarnell in 3rd, Millsy in 4th, and Creasy unfortunately just getting a bad start there, and a lot of contact between the other drivers unfortunately puts him back in 5th place. And it looks like the Audi driver behind is now pulled off into the side for the moment anyway. Not sure if there's having a bit of an error there for the Audi driver today. Well, Millsy goes a bit wide heading into the mountain section. Creasy takes advantage of that and makes a move up on the inside there, as now the Porsche is now hounding. Oh, actually no, apologies. Dudley actually has made a mistake there. Let's see if I can get a quick replay of that. No, looks like the Huracan might have just gotten a bit. Yes, didn't quite manage to get a good exit there, and the Porsche managed to move up the inside. Good overtake from the Porsche there, as they now managed to move up in 2nd place. Let's see if he can hunt down Jackson in the Mercedes, who is now managing to create a bit of a gap to the rest of the field. So you see now a battle in the back spaces there. Creasy just goes a little bit wide out of the skyline, which allows the Mercedes to come a little bit back at him. But he will have the run on the Hurricane down this back straight. The Hurricane takes the inside line. Creasy tries to make a move on the outside. It's 3 wide. Almost making it 3 wide there coming out the back straight. Millsy will have the advantage and the slipstream coming into the final corner. Millsy takes a move down the inside. Carnage there on the final turn as Millsy makes contact with the Hurricane as well. Almost seems like a bit of sloppy driving here at these early stages of the race. Millsy coming across to try and looks like a bit of contact there coming down the front straight. Bit of dust and grass being kicked up there. As Millsy looks like he manages to maintain third place on Creasy as they come up the hill. Jackson really managing to stretch out a gap to the rest of the field. Yarnell also has a gap to Millsy and Creasy as well behind him with 2.5 seconds. Looks like Millsy and Creasy, that fighting really has cost them big time. This is the battle to keep an eye on. Millsy just hits the inside wall there, coming into Skyline. It looks like Creasy might have a bit of a run and slipstream, coming down the back straight. As the power of the slipstream as they come over the top of the hill, will Creasy be able to pull on a move? Millsy looks to defend the inside. Has he got the braking point right? Oh, goes a bit wide coming out the corner, but looks to defend the inside. Good defensive driving from Millsy here, putting his car exactly where he needs to. But will Creasy think of having a move, a bit of a late defensive move by Millsy there, but covering off the inside well? Will Creasy manage to make it around the outside? Oh, bit of contact there as Millsy shoves him right off the track. Aggressive defending there from Millsy, not giving Creasy enough room there. I'll have to see how this develops a bit later there. Aggressive defensive manoeuvres from Millsy there, just trying to keep Creasy behind. I think he knows that Creasy is the quicker driver, so he is trying to keep him behind for as long as he possibly can in this stint. As the other Mercedes driver manages to pull out a 4-second gap to the guys in front, but he has made a small mistake there coming into the mountain section as Yarnell manages to claw back half a second. Keep our eyes on this battle here. Oh, it looks like Millsy again just making a little mistake through the mountain section, losing a bit of time to the top two yet again. Good exit there from Creasy. He catches up into Skyline. He will once again have the slipstream coming down the back straight. The Hyundai seems to be the quicker of the two cars coming through the mountain section, but it cannot keep up with the Mercedes in a straight line, although the slipstream is very much helping here. Will Millsy decide to play it safe and go into the inside there? He covers off right in the middle of the track there. Oh, as both drivers go wide. It is losing them so much time, these two. They are losing so much time to the leaders. 10 seconds now Millsy is behind Jackson. And neither driver will be happy about this. Both drivers come into T1 there. Crazy once again with the slipstream. Will he be able to pull a pass on the Mercedes? Again, looks like just a little bit of contact there coming down the back front straight. Crazy just having a really tough time getting around Millsy. Sparks there coming from the Hyundai. He just grazes the wall there. Oh, it looks like Millsy just hits the wall there, and Creasy manages to take advantage of that and get through. Just a little bit of a touch of the wall from Millsy there. Looks to want to be maybe sent down the inside. No, he thinks better of it coming down into the mountain section. Mercedes just getting a bit loose there coming out of the S's. Although he does get a good exit out of Skyline. Now it's Creasy's turn to defend against Millsy. The Mercedes will have a lot more grunt in a straight line, especially with that slipstream. As they come into the S's, Creasy holds the inside line. Coming through the final corner now, Creasy just managing to maintain that. Again, you can see just the power of the Mercedes there. Creasy taking the inside line. Both these drivers actually managing to catch up to the two guys in front. Creasy on the inside. Millsy just tries to go around the outside there, but puts his car into the wall, just going a bit too aggressive. Trying to go around the outside there. Only makes a, almost makes a dive up there into the mountain section. That is not a corner to be passing on there. Millsy really looks like he wants to try and get back past Creasy here. Again, this is a 2-hour stint here, and any battling that these two have will cost them in the long run. Coming through the back end of the mountain section, Millsy still hot on the heel of Creasy now. He's come into Skyline. Just managing to avoid the wall of both of them there. Creasy looks like he has a bit more of a run on Millsy there. And it doesn't look like he will be close enough to challenge into the last sector here. He is gaining quickly though in that Mercedes. He does get a very nice run out of the back straight though. But the extra little bit of grip from that Hyundai in these early parts of this early part of the race is coming in handy. As Creasy is able to get away out with the acceleration zones of the corners, but the Mercedes reels him back in with straight line power. Creasy makes a little bit of a mistake there coming out of the first corner and allows Millsy just to catch that little bit back up. He really needs to try and break this slipstream. As they come into the first part of the mountain section here. Millsy again just right on the back of Creasy. However, he has made a little mistake coming into a few of them corners and has dropped back a little bit. Ooh, looks like a bit of a mistake there from Millsy has cost him over the mountain section. And finds himself out of slipstream range now to the Genesis in front. Greasy now starting to find his groove as he pulls out another half a second on Millsy behind. And a great run out of Skyline there, thoroughly getting ahead of Millsy as Millsy looks to have a small mistake coming out of Skyline there. Let's have a quick replay of that as he comes over the mountain section there. Just gets a bit too wide coming into Skyline, has to slow right down there, and unfortunately just gets it on the power a bit too early and goes into the wall there. Unfortunate for Millsy, as he now is thoroughly dropped back off Creasy now, as we have one of the Hurricane driver now also forfeiting this stint, as now just 4 drivers remain. Millsy 4 seconds behind Creasy now, just again making his small mistakes that have cost him that much time. And you can see how much time just fades away on this track as Creasy now begins the hunt for the top 2. So we start to settle down in this race. We've hit the 15-minute mark of this first stint. Let's have a quick check in on the tyres and fuel situation. So we have Jackson out in first, just going a bit wide coming into the mountain section there. But tyres and fuel look quite good and almost identical to the Porsche driver, but the Porsche driver has slightly more wear on them front tyres compared to the rest of the guys around him. But everybody seems to be on similar fuel and tyres at this point of the race. Morning Hansa, how you doing? Morning Mike as well. Glad you guys could make it for this stint. Oh, looks like the Porsche driver just makes a little bit of a mistake. Oh, and he does manage to pick himself up a penalty. Let's have a quick replay of that. Let's see what happens coming into the mountain section. As you can see, just goes a bit wide, carries a bit too much speed there. And I think he just gets a bit too... Yeah, he just gets a bit too on the nose there, unfortunately, and does cost him some time and a half-second penalty, which has really opened the gap out to him and Jackson, and Creasy has now managed to reel and close the gap to 2.7 seconds. Brake discs glowing red. Coming into the last corner now. Yarnell having a very nice run there out of the final corner, just managing to open the gap out yet again. .6 seconds separates the rest of these guys. Jackson with a 7.6 second lead over Yarnell in second place, who has managed to open out a little bit of a 3-second gap now to Creasy behind him. And unfortunately Millsy seems to have dropped a little bit further back there, and there's a 5-second gap back to Creasy with a 15.7 second lead back to the other Mercedes driver in first place. Does manage to hit that corner very sweetly though, and just gains a bit of time coming into the mountain section. Let's keep the camera on our leader for a little bit here. Let's take you for a lap around Bathurst at night. And as you can see, the visibility at this track in the night is very, very limited, as Creasy sets the fastest lap of the race last lap. Good job from him, with a 2:02.1. Hopefully he can keep that pace up. Yes, Hansa, there was 6 drivers at the start of this. Unfortunately now there is only 4 teams remaining. Sorry, I can't count. So let's just take a quick lap around Bathurst at night. So coming across the start finish line, a 2:03.3 for Jackson first place, braking just after the 100 mark into second. Slowly ease on the power into the front straight, and this is where the high power cars really make their time at this track. Along the front and back straight, a lot of time is gained by cars like the Mercedes, the Aston Martin, the Nissan. Very good time is gained. Oh, looks like Jackson just gets a bit wide there. We just need a bit of touch earlier there. Just manages to keep it together though. Good recovery from him. A bit of a lift coming into the beginning of the mountain section, shifting down the second, and ease on the power. You really don't want to put power on too early at that corner, as it is a prime time for spinning out there. A little bit of lag there from Jackson. Hopefully that doesn't persist during the rest of this race. A little bit of a lift coming through that left-hander there, and again a little bit of a lift coming over the hill section. If you take too much speed coming over the hill, the car will actually lift off of the ground and you will not get any turning whatsoever. Hard on the brakes coming through the S section here. Really difficult section to get right, that, as Jackson picks up a half-second penalty. Just goes a touch too much on the inside of that mountain section there. Unfortunately picks himself up a half-second penalty. And thundering along the back straight now, as it looks like behind there is actually a battle between Yarnell and Creasy for second place now. We'll have to have a quick check back in later on and see how they are doing. 170 miles an hour coming into the S's. Jackson breaking down, shifting a second, getting the turn in, powering out into third. And then again hard on the brakes coming into the final corner, shifting down to second, throw the car into the final corner and hope it sticks. And then a couple of mistakes on that lap. 2:04 for Jackson there, not his best time so far in this race, but still good time nonetheless. And hopefully he can burn that penalty as much as possible there. So check back into the battle for second place. Creasy managing to catch right back up to the back of the Porsche now. He will be in the slipstream. Will he be able to make a move into the second corner? Creasy tries to make a move on the inside. He has the inside line. Little bit of contact in the braking zone there. Who has the grip coming out? The Porsche just manages to stay ahead and manages to keep the traction around the outside there, coming into the mountain section. Oh, he just gets a touch of the wall there, and unfortunately I think Creasy just hits the back of the Porsche there. Well, the Porsche hits the wall there. That would allow Creasy to come right up the back of him again. Porsche looking a bit unsettled in these early stages of the race. Maybe the extra slight bit of tyre wear is having more of an effect. Easing on the brakes here, coming through the tight S's. Pin it on the exit. And these two just losing a little bit of time to the leader in front. Hopefully they can find their groove. And looks like Creasy has a prime opportunity here to try and make a move on the Porsche here. Both of these cars not too good in a straight line, but with the slipstream the Hyundai manages to pull alongside the Porsche. Creasy will have the inside line to the tight left-hander. Both cars hard on the brakes now. The Porsche opting to go around the outside, and he does, manages to stick it. Very good driving by both of these two here, respecting each other here. Creasy looking to be the quicker of the two drivers at this stage, but the Porsches are making it very difficult for him to get around now. And again, once again, they are losing time to the leader, as Jackson now pulls out an 11-second gap to these two behind. Creasy getting a very nice run there. And the Porsche takes the inside line defensive this time around. Yes, a lot of other drivers clearly don't like it here as well, Hansa, so don't worry, you're not the only one. Porsche just gets a little bit loose on exit there. Ooh, slams into the wall there though. Unfortunately, Creasy again just not managing to find a way past. Ooh, both losing heaps of time over this mountain section. I think the dirty air is really affecting that Hyundai as well, as the Porsche looks to be just getting a little loose in these mountain sections. "13 seconds now is the gap to the leader." So you can actually see Millsy behind them now, actually closing the gap up quite a lot as well, managing to put some really nice consistent times these last few laps. And these two really don't want to fall into battling with Millsy here. Creasy looking for a move on the inside yet again, pulls to the outside, has the inside line for the next corner, has a better run on the Porsche this time around, and he manages to make it stick this time around, shuts the door off on the Porsche, and a clean pass from Creasy there, putting him back up into second place. And the Porsche just goes a bit wide coming out the final corner there. Creasy manages to get a bit of space between him and the Porsche. And the Genesis now, maybe just out of slipstream range, is crucial. So it means the Porsche will not be able to attack coming into the second corner. Ooh, Porsche goes a bit wide, just tags the wall there. Is losing a bit of time, and let's see if he's able to keep up through this mountain section. Ooh, just again hits the wall there, really just trying to push a little bit too hard there to try and catch Creasy, but he's just overdriving that Porsche a little, and he's really not managing to find a lot of time here. Again, just another little graze of the wall there. Just manages to keep it out this time. Ooh, again goes a bit wide on the grass. That will cost him a lot of time into this next section, so he will have reduced grip. And again picks up another half-second penalty here. The Porsche not looking very stable at all through this mountain section. And Creasy now managing to open out a 2-second gap to Yarner behind. So it looks like he might be able to just maintain this gap now and hunt down the leader of Jackson. Both cars looking very close, pretty much identical fuel and tyres at this point. Good morning, Travis. Hope you're enjoying the racing. Let's take a ride through the mountain section. And because of the yellow lights, you can see even less at night time, which is very handy. Creasy just managing to maintain it, just going a little bit wide there. Again, if you don't slow down quite enough coming into that little section there, the car lifts up off the ground and you are not able to get any turn-in whatsoever. Not in all scenarios, Travis. You try using yellow lights at the Nürburgring and it's not the best of times, to be honest. Good turn in there from Creasy. Not managing to make up any time on Jackson here though. He does gets a good run out of there. Oh yeah, as I say, it's not a great deal of difference, to be honest, Mike, so don't worry about it. Basically, you still can't see shit. It's the top and bottom of it. You still can't see much regardless of what colour lights you have. Let's take a quick look at Millsy here, as he has managed to claw back a little bit more time to the Porsche in front of him. Purple sector there. Again, the Mercedes just showing a bit more straight line speed compared to the Porsche and the Genesis. So this is an endurance race, Travis. It's part of the Enduro GT series. It's not ran by us. We are merely just presenting it for you and live streaming it on GRT Esports. So basically this is a 12-hour race. It is divided up into 6 stints of 2 hours. So each team has at least 3 drivers who will be participating throughout the day. I'm going to be the next driver once Creasy finishes this stint. So it's going to be over the course of pretty much the entire day. Unfortunately, we won't be able to join Travis unless you've already registered up to this league. As I say, they do have a Discord where you do have to enter a team for it. It's not a case of it is like it is registered beforehand. It's not a case of unfortunately just like turning up and racing. But as I say, there is there will be links to their Discord as well, if you do want to have a go and chat out. Hit them up on Instagram as well for information, at Enduro GT on Instagram as well, if you want to find out more about it. Ooh, Millsy just goes a bit sideways there. And as we've already crossed the half an hour mark of this race, be interesting to see if there's going to be any people making any pit stops soon. So we are going to be coming up to the 40-minute mark very soon. So it'll be interesting to see if anybody does opt for either the 2-stop strategy or the 1-stop strategy here. Could play a big factor in this race. Let's switch back to our leader in the other Mercedes now and see how he's doing. A 2:03.3 for the last lap of Jackson. Again, just managing to maintain the lead, although he has lost a second, now only 12 seconds ahead of Creasy compared to the last 13. But again, you can just see how much power the Mercedes has over the Genesis, as both Mercedes managing to go quicker in the first sector. And I will say today, where I live as well, it is an absolutely scorching day today where I am for the UK. So when I do my stint later on, it is going to be very warm. So it'll be interesting to see how warm it gets when I'm actually on my stint next. Right at midday as well. Coming through Skyline. Ooh, just hits the wall there coming out of Skyline. Great shot there coming along the back straight. Flies round the fast right-hander into the S's. Let's see what kind of lap time Jackson managed to do this time. Another 2:03.2 consistent lap times now coming in for Jackson. Really managing to make the most of that Mercedes power. Let's have a quick look at Creasy's lap times at the moment. And 2:02s now for Creasy. Really getting into the stride there in this Genesis. Really managing to get into the stride there as we have Millsy, who is the first to pit now. So have a quick look at this pit stop, and the pit stop times at Bathurst are ridiculously long compared to what they used to be after they changed. Millsy comes out the pits now on a fresh set of super soft tyres and opts to not pull any fuel in, and is now on a 26.7 seconds behind Yanni in third place. Good morning as well, Mike. Sorry, Mika. Cheering on Yanni in the chat, in the Porsche. Yanni's had quite a good start to this race. He's 18 seconds behind the leader at the moment, currently sitting in third place, but he does have quite a big gap now to the driver in fourth place, who has just the second pitted. Again, it's going to be interesting to see the different strategies that people will employ this time around. The gap now 11.8 seconds to Jackson and Creasy. Yeah, and Creasy has also opened up a 7-second gap to Yanni in third place. Just goes a bit wide out of the final corner there, losing him a bit of time. The tyres now just will be starting to show a bit more wear than usual, so the grip levels will be starting to reduce slightly. Looks like everybody's setting purple sectors in the first sector. Coming around into the beginning of the mountain section. Be interesting to see how many laps this race will be as well, because it looks like it might be on the 60 mark. 60, 61 laps maybe. Quick look at Yanni in third place now, see how he's getting on. Just goes a little bit wide out of Skyline. The tyres look to be dying off a little bit quicker in the Porsche compared to the rest of the cars. And he has lost some time to Millsy behind, so he does need to be quite wary. Because if he does lose too much time by not pitting on these tyres, it will allow Millsy to catch back up here and potentially overtake him when Jarni has to come into the pits. So the early stop from Millsy might actually be a blessing in disguise for him. Let's see what time Jarni does when he comes across the line, a 2:03.7. The tyres are definitely starting to show a bit more wear now, and there's most drivers starting to get into the 2:03s in terms of lap time. Second gap now between Jarni and the leader. Nobody opting to come into the pits yet and follow Millsy's lead. Looks like Creasy's actually dropped a little bit back off the pace of Jackson. Might have been a mistake last lap or this lap. See, Creasy has been consistently in the 2:02s for the meantime, so he might have just had a little bit of a small mistake on this lap, with him dropping down a bit of time now. Good exit out with Skyline there from Creasy. Flies past the back straight. Let's check the time, the sector time of Creasy here to see. Yes, he definitely made a mistake at some point in this lap. It just lost him that time, so all that time he had made up on Jackson, unfortunately, he's went and lost it on this lap, and he will have to hunt down the Mercedes again to make that time back. Will he be going into the pits this lap? No, he opts to stay out, so it looks like the other three drivers will be going for one stops this race. Be interesting to see how much Millsy can catch up to the rest of the group though. It was a 2:02.1 there from Millsy in the last lap, just managing to equal pretty much the fastest lap of the race from Creasy. Let's see if he can maintain that as we keep the camera on Millsy for a little bit here and see what type of times he's doing on his fresh set of super softs. Coming up towards the line now to 2:03 for Millsy there, not quite as good as his first lap on them sets of tyres, as we now head into lap 21. Does look like it might be a 60 lap race over the course of the 2 hours. Ooh, Millsy just gets it a bit wrong there coming into the mountain section. Losing a lot of time there. Unfortunately, not quite managing to have quite as much grip as you would like on them fresh set of super softs. Good exit out of the Skyline there though. It is always incredibly satisfying if you nail Skyline coming onto that back straight. Always very good. Let's have a quick check back in with Creasy now. And he has managed to gain a bit more time back on Jackson here. So it looks like he's lost a bit of time coming out of that first corner. unfortunately, it looks like Jarno's just losing a little bit of time there coming through the mountain section. So I'll see if there's anything that happened to him. Unfortunately can't escape that wall at the moment there, Jarno. So it is unfortunate he's losing a bit of time through that mountain section, as he now has a 10-second gap between himself and Creasy. You can see the front right tyre on that Porsche is looking very worn at the moment. And Millsy now, crucially, has managed to bring the gap down to almost 20 seconds. So very good job from Millsy now. Let's have a quick check back in with his time so far. Managed to do another 2:02 last lap. And he's actually purple coming through the rest of the sections, slightly quicker than his best lap of the race. So he is on for a purple lap here. Let's see what his time is. He comes across the line. Good exit out of the final corner. What time will he do? A great lap from Millsy there. Gets the fastest lap of the race with a 2:02 dead. Great lap from Millsy there. Definitely showing that he has a lot of pace to show in this race, as he now brings the gap down to under 20 seconds and sets another purple sector out of the first corner. And Millsy actually making time on the leader now as well, bringing the gap down to only 43 seconds. Millsy has been a dark horse in most of these races, and it's probably not the last time we will see him in one of these stints today. As most of these drivers will be doing more than one stint at any point today, so it'll be interesting to see if these drivers actually meet up again at some point as well. Ooh, Millsy just getting a bit too hot there, and he will, unfortunately, looks like he will get a penalty for that one. But a 1.5 second penalty just gets a bit wrong and doesn't break enough over the top of the mountain section there, and the car just goes straight on. Oh, and he puts it in the wall as well, unfortunately, just losing that time that he had made up to the rest of the field there. Very unfortunate for Millsy. He was on for a great lap there, but still managing to make up time to the rest of the guys around him. Still 19 seconds separates him and Jarny in front of him. And it looks like Creasy hasn't managed to make any dents in Jackson so far. Let's have a quick check to see if the fuel and tyres are still very similar. Looks like the Mercedes has actually used a little bit more fuel than the Hyundai, but apart from that the tyres appear to be pretty identical. A great lap there by Jackson last lap though, a 2:02.3 on worn sets of super softs. Maybe starting to find a bit more of a groove here now. That's his fastest lap of the race. Let's see if he can maintain this now, as he starts to find a bit more of a groove. Just graces the wall there coming out of Skyline, won't cost him too much time. But he is starting to put the hammer down a bit more now. Let's see his time coming over the third sector. Just slightly off of his best lap there, but very consistent driving now here from Jackson. You can see he's been in the 2:03s the last few laps, but this looks to be a very good lap, similar to what he did on the last one. Powers it out of the last corner. Another 202, 202.6 now. Some consistent driving here from Jackson, managing to open out the gap to Creasy even more. 13.5 seconds separates first and second now. And maybe the tyres on the Genesis are just starting to wear that little bit more than the Mercedes. Great times there from Jackson at this stage of the race, and especially in this stint, really managing to find a groove now. Again, sending sparks flying on the walls there. Just managed to get in. You can see the sparks just coming off the walls there. Flying around the right-hander again, coming into the tight S's, braking hard after the back straight. Jackson actually getting a lot on the curb there. Hope everybody is having a good Saturday, and thank you for tuning in to whoever is watching here today on this lovely Saturday. No, it's still morning. A little bit of a mistake there from Jackson though, allows Creasy just to catch up that little bit more. So a quick check back in with the Porsche driver of Yanni. Ooh! Great save there from Yanni. Let's have another look at that one. Good exit coming out of there. Just gets a little bit on the grass, but look at that save from the Porsche driver. Excellent stuff there from Yanni. Great save. However, it looks that will not have helped his tyres at all, as the front right of that Porsche now looks to be almost 50% graded. And he'll be losing considerable time to the rest of the guys around him now. As you can see, Millsy has now managed to bring the gap down to only 11 seconds. So Millsy really on a charge here. So you can see the times he's managed to do since that fastest lap: a 2:02, a 2:03.2, 2:02.7 and a 2:02.8. Good stuff from Millsy here to just keep the pace and also gain time on the leaders as well, gaining time on the other Mercedes at the front of the grid. However, Jackson looks just to be losing a little bit more time now. Maybe a couple of mistakes on the last few laps. 2:03.6s on the last couple laps, and another 2:03.5. Again, very consistent from the Mercedes driver. Oh, but it looks like Creasy just gets a little bit wide coming there, out of there. And he does lose again, just loses time to Jackson in front. Just the little mistakes costing all of the drivers here at this point. But it looks like we will be seeing the pit stops soon, as we are rapidly approaching the hour mark of this first stint. Good morning, Lewis. Hope you're doing well. Will you be participating today, Lewis? Because I know you're one of the Aston drivers. In this event. Millsy again setting another fastest lap there. Managing to break into the 2:01s now. Great times from Millsy here. Again, going purple in that first sector. Let's once again keep the camera on Millsy as he manages to eat up half a second on the leaders now. Yes, Millsy is the only person that has pitted so far, Philip. He's currently on a fresh set of super soft tyres. He pitted around about 20 minutes ago actually. So he's the only one that has pitted so far, but he is currently making up for lost time now. He was originally, I believe, 26 seconds behind Yanni and has now managed to catch up to where the gap is only 7 seconds to the guys around him. Another fastest lap here for Millsy. So it looks like Millsy will be the only one going for a 2-stop strategy in this race, whereas Jackson, Creasy and Yanni looks like they will all be going for a 1-stop. It will be interesting to see where these guys come out in comparison. I don't think Millsy will quite have the time to reach the likes of first and second place. I think he will have just missed out on too much time on his first set of tyres, but he's more than making up for it now and has really found a groove here, setting another fastest lap of the race with a 2 minutes 01.8. And you can see he's really gaining on Yanni now as the gap now moves to under 7 seconds. Still carrying around that penalty though. He will want to try and burn that as quickly as possible. A bit of a lag spike there from Millsy, but still gaining time once again, and it looks like the Porsche driver is really starting to struggle on these set of tyres, and he might want to consider pitting in this lap as he has now lost considerable time to everybody else around him. There's now a 20-second gap separating him and second place. He really will want to try and pit in this lap as Creasy is the first of the guys to jump onto a fresh set of super softs now. So it looks like this will be his last stop of the race on lap 28. He is pitting in, will go on to lap 29 though, as Yanni now comes around the final corner and Millsy is also on the front straight. Where would he come out? Creasy comes out of the pits, and it's going to be very close in the T1. Millsy right behind Creasy in the slipstream. Creasy has to get them tyres warmed up as soon as possible. This is not what either of these drivers would have wanted though. They do not want to be battling on these sets of tyres. As Creasy makes a mistake going into T2 and Millsy moves up the inside. A great stint from Millsy there, manages to leapfrog Creasy in the pits, and that is not what Creasy would have wanted to be behind this guy again. The two of these guys really do need to try and just work together to catch the leader now. It will be important though to see where Jackson will come out, because I have a feeling both Jackson and Yanni will be pitting this lap, as the gap now is now 3 seconds between Yanni, Millsy and Creasy. Again, remember though that Creasy will have the fresher of the 2 sets of tyres. But crucially also, Millsy also has low fuel. Creasy pulls to the inside, but will have the outside line. Ooh, bit of contact there coming into the fast right-hander. Late on the brakes there from Creasy, and he manages to slot it around the outside, and the grip of them fresher tyres really coming in handy. And let's have a look there as Yanni in the Porsche comes into the pits. And you can see the added grip there of the new tyres there now starting to warm up, as Creasy manages to pull a gap to Millsy behind him. But looks like he just gets a bit too hot there at the first corner, and Millsy is still in the slipstream. As now Yarnell comes into the pits. A lovely mint livery there on that Porsche. And off he goes for his first and only stint in this race, but he does have a 2.5 second penalty coming out the pits. He might have just been a bit too hot coming into the pit lane there. And it's going to be interesting to see if these guys can gain any time on Jackson in front. Creasy on a brand new fresh set of super softs now. Will he be able to gain any time on the leader? He is flying through this mountain section now, managing to open up a big gap to Millsy behind. Sticks it out of the final corner at Skyline and onto the back straight, as Jackson now pulls into the pits to take his first and only stop of the race. He maybe might have wanted to pit in maybe a lap or 2 earlier to not be at risk of the undercut, but it looks like he will have at least a gap to play with here. But the question is, how much of a gap? As he comes out again with 87 litres of fuel. And manages to maintain his lead, but crucially Creasy has managed to pull down 5 seconds. Ooh, as he goes wide into the second corner as well, that's not going to help him. We are going to try to stream the whole 12 hours, so basically I'm going to be streaming the second stint as well, but I'm also going to be driving, so it's going to be a point of view stream from my perspective anyway, in the second stint. But then after that we are going to be streaming the third, fourth and fifth stint of this race, all from one person, but I'm not going to be the one doing it, that's all. So it's going to be my good friend Danny who has decided to cover for me today for stints 3, 4 and 5. So it's going to be, the stream I imagine is probably going to be broken up into 3 parts really. So it's going to be stint 1 and 2 are going to be together, stints 3, 4 and 5 are going to be together, and then we might have a separate stream for the 6th stint as well. So I think that's how the structure is going to go today. But look at the speed of Creasy now as well, as he managed to get them tyres well up to temperature, and the gap is now under 6 seconds. No, so for stints 3, 4 and 5 they're going to be just this kind of stream, so just spectating, commentating over it. So that's going to be 3, 4 and 5. The only point of view stream will be me in the next stint after this one. Creasy now really wanting to apply some pressure to Jackson, he was just slowly starting to warm up them tyres and get them up to temperature. But you can see how hard Creasy is pushing this Genesis now, as he's really managing to make up some time and pulling a 4-second gap to Millsy behind him. He does take the fastest lap of the race. No problems, Mika. Which team are you driving for, Mika? And there's another purple sector there from Creasy. Let's have a look to see what he can do in the rest of this lap. Didn't quite get the run out of Skyline he would have wanted there from Creasy, but still managing to make up time. Bear with me 1 second. So apologies guys, but I'm going to quickly take a 5-minute break to get myself sorted, because I do want to have something to eat before my stint, so I'm just going to quickly have a 5-minute break, and I'll be back. I'm going to leave you with Jackson, and just leave you with a nice little perspective of Jackson. It is just 1 and 1, Mika. So tyre depletion is ×1 and fuel depletion is also ×1. And I believe for the third stint it is it's not going to be at night time. If you check the Enduro GT Discord info page, all the settings and stuff should be on there if you can access that. I believe because it's a different time as well. So if you bear with me, So the third stint, the time of day is going to be for the third stint 5:30 in the morning, so it's the 5:30 stint in the morning. So that is the time of day for the third stint. Right, so bear with us 1 second, guys. I'm going to leave you with Jackson, and then I'm back. Okay, dokes, let's tune back into this. So it looks like Crazy has managed to really hunt down Jackson on this stint. That fresh set of tyres really coming in handy for him. The gap now under 2 seconds separating the two of them. See Yarnell as well now really dropping back off the pace, and I believe Millsy is also pitted again, which puts him very far back now. Looks like a mistake at one point as well, maybe, to put him that far behind, because he wasn't that far behind Yarnell when he came out the pits. So it's interesting to see how that strategy works out for Millsy here. Third place is definitely still on the cards though. We tune back in to the battle for first place. The pair of them coming through the mountain section now. Greasy just slowly reeling in that gap, and you can see the lap times over the last few laps from Greasy. 2:01s almost all the way, and a 2:02.1 compared to Jackson's 2:02's consistent pace. But Greasy really has gotten himself into the zone now. And is now almost in slipstream range. Greasy actually has less fuel than Jackson as well. So that might be the reason for the pace difference at the moment. So crucially, has Greasy got enough fuel to last him to the end of the race? He's coming up to the 40-minute mark now. So I'd imagine the answer might actually be yes. He's still got over a half tank of fuel left for the remainder of this race, and he's only got 40 minutes left. So I have a feeling Jackson might have actually over-fueled slightly, and that might be why Greasy is managing to pull such a gap on him at the moment, despite Jackson having a couple laps extra fresher tyres. But you can see, as soon as Greasy gets into that dirty air that Jackson is providing in front of him, it doesn't look like there's the same amount of grip and speed that he once had to set them other lap times, as it really does unsettle the cars coming over the top of the mountain. Oh, bit of a mistake there from Greasy, but it doesn't lose too much time. Just getting a pixel of the tyre on the track, on the grass there even, and loses half a second because of it. You really can't afford to be losing seconds like that, especially when the Mercedes can make up time on the straights. As the gap now widens slightly to 1.7. Jackson has a very nice run out of there, just extending the gap once again. Jackson might be just turning up the heat a bit now and able to put in some lap times just to maintain that gap to Greasy behind him. As a 2:01.8 there, Jackson starts to turn up the heat. What about that for consistency from Jackson? A 2 minutes 01.834 on 2 laps. Unless that's the timing screen messing up. It's the timing screen messing up, never mind. But still very consistent laps from Jackson there, both in the 2:01s. Again, just starting to find that little bit more of a groove now. Ooh, looks like he just hits the wall there coming over the top of the mountain. That allows Creasy to catch right back up as he picks up a half-second penalty. Will Creasy be within slipstream range coming down this back straight? Doesn't look like he will quite be in slipstream range, but he is very close now to the back of that Mercedes. See the differences in the two cars around various points of this track. You can see how much power the Mercedes has over that Genesis, but Genesis over the mountain section manages to claw back that time. This is why the high power cars are so difficult to pass. So although how you might have the advantage in the corners, you won't be able to pass them on straight because your car isn't quick enough compared to the Mercedes. It's going to be a very difficult challenge to see if Creasy can actually manage to close the gap to the point where he's able to pass him at this point. It's going to be very interesting to watch. Yes, he did, Philip, he did pit again. He didn't have enough fuel to make it to the end of the race, so Millsy was going for a 2-stop, whereas the rest of the drivers were going for a 1-stop. It wouldn't be a bad call, to be fair, to going for the 2-stop, because at the other tracks that we have done it on, such as Gardens, the 2-stop was the quicker strategy, because we were able to get a much better time on a fresher set of rubber, because the tyre wear was higher than it was at Bathurst. So because the tyre wear is lower at Bathurst, you're able to get away with doing the 1-stop, I think. And you can see again just Jackson just getting a bit squirrely over the mountain section, and Creasy's right up his backside now, but Creasy did pick up a half-second penalty there. sorry, a second penalty, but crucially he's now in the slipstream of that Mercedes in front. Now the real battle can begin. Creasy now barreling down the back straight in Jackson's slipstream. Right up to the back of them there. Creasy will want to try and burn that penalty. Jackson just has a slightly better exit coming out of T1. Creasy won't be able to challenge coming into the first corner. Who has the better exit of the two? Fairly even. Creasy is in the slipstream. Will he be able to make any difference? Would he potentially put a move up the inside? No, not close enough yet. But they are coming up to the mountain section. This is where the Genesis will perform slightly better than the Mercedes. The question is, can Jackson bear the pressure of another driver behind him? As Millsy pits in yet again. Looks like he might be stopping for another set of super softs. A bit odd considering he has pitted in only half an hour ago, so it is a very short stint for him again. This will be his, I believe, his third stop in this race. But back to the action in front. Creasy still in the slipstream of Jackson now, coming into the fast right-hander, braking hard into the S's. Oh, looks like Creasy just gets a bit more on the brakes there. Just manages to save it. But crucially again, that does put him out of slipstream range for the meantime. But he does get a great exit out of the last corner there. Powering across the start-finish line. Both drivers losing time now. Creasy managing to make the most of them tyres. He is back within the slipstream range of the Mercedes, but doesn't look like he will be close enough coming into T2 there. But crucially, the Mercedes is not gaining any time on the Genesis like it previously was on the straights. And we also have Yarnell now coming in for another pit stop as well. Ah, what was that in there, Hippie? Was that an FI8? FI8 is on today or anything on it? Might not be. I don't know, to be honest. But the action is squarely on the track here as Creasy is now all over the back of Jackson. Looks like the added grip of that Hyundai is coming in very handy for Creasy here. Right up that Mercedes backside now. Jackson just getting a bit more of a run out of Skyline. Again, the slipstream just allowing Creasy to stay with him, but again, not close enough to warrant a pass. As Creasy just goes wide again, not anticipating the slipstream into the braking zone, and again he's out of slipstream range. He really just needs to try and brake a little bit more on these heavy slipstream areas just to ensure he doesn't lose as much time, because he's not going to have any slipstream now down this front straight. This could prove crucial in the long run, as now Jackson powers down the front straight. Good afternoon, Mew. Hope you are doing well, buddy. You are catching the final pretty much 25 minutes of the first stint of this race. These two drivers just maintaining a second gap between them. Let's have a quick look at the fuel and tyres of both these drivers. You can actually see Creasy now has actually got a little bit more tyre wear than the Mercedes. Now I wonder if Creasy will actually be able to attack in this last 25 minutes of the race then, because it looks like Jackson might have just... that extra couple laps worth of tyres might now save him. As Creasy now is going to be low on fuel, but as well Jackson now doesn't have to preserve. He can go for as long and as hard as he needs to in order to secure the victory here. It's going to be very interesting in this last half of the race, but still very close from all of these drivers. As they come round the final corner, again Creasy just not managing to put the foot down at this. Maybe the tyres are starting to fade a little bit in that Genesis compared to the Mercedes. Yeah, so some of the GRT lads are also participating in this as well. So myself, I'm going to be doing the second stint, and Mike, aka Rocketman, is going to be doing some stints as well. So I'm going to be doing the next stint in pretty much just about half an hour here. Then I'm going to be having my 2-hour stint. Then once my stunt's done, I'm going to hand the stream over to Danny, who will then do the stream for the 3rd, 4th and 5th slot stints. Glad you're enjoying this, the sun, Mew. I'm hoping to get out and enjoy the sun this weekend, because it is a scorcher today. Honestly, Mew, if you just give Rocketman like a message over Discord, he'd be more than happy to do it for you. He loves making liveries at the end of the day, so I mean, I've got my number on quite a few of his liveries that he's made, so if you ever want like any of his liveries that you see, just give him a shout and he'll sure to hook you up, to be honest. See, there you go, Mew. He's already in the chat for you. Yes, I will agree, he very much is. Like, I like to think I'm quite good at making liveries, but I've got nothing on mic at all. Looks like the gap is just maintaining itself over these last few laps as well, with no real movement from either of these two drivers here. Creasy's still yet to burn off that half-second penalty, but it is rather hard to burn off these penalties at Bathurst. To be honest, I don't think you're going to be the only one, Mew, that has to hop in the shower. I imagine Kira will have to have a long, cool shower after this. And there's Mikey with a Guinness. Hey, don't sell yourself short, Mike. Everybody can be good at liveries, it's just the fact that every livery you seem to make is just ridiculously good. That and you make an absolute shit ton of liveries. Guess the Baku qualifying for F1 will be starting in a little bit soon as well. Not that I'll be able to watch it. Not that I'm able to watch it anyway. Again, this gap to both Creasy and Jackson. Really is just maintaining the gap between these two now. Creasy just loses a bit of time coming into the mountain section though. I always clench my butt when cars come through Skyline a bit too fast there. I always just think they're just going to hammer it straight into the wall. Just trying to extend that gap yet again. Looks like Creasy's window of opportunity is slowly slipping away at the moment. Maybe the tyres are starting to have a bit more of an effect. Let's have a look at the two of them. Mercedes does have the slight tyre advantage, and as well Creasy might be having to save a little bit more fuel than Jackson at this stage of the race. Definitely think Creasy will still have enough fuel left in this race to finish, but if he's having to save a little bit more than that Mercedes, he's going to be losing a lot of time in them straights. And he is short shifting at the moment, so that is why he's losing so much time on the straights, whereas the Mercedes is just revving that sucker right out. Oh, with saying that though, he does go a bit wide in T2, he does clip the wall, allows Creasy to gain some time back up there. Small mistake from Jackson. So coming into the final clutches of this stint, Creasy just going a bit wide, coming into the mountain section as well. Both drivers really just trying to fight their cars to get as much grip out of them as possible at this late stage of the stint. Jackson just gets a bit on the grass and goes wide into the wall there. Creasy not close enough at the moment to take advantage, but again moves ever closer. That Mercedes just getting a little bit tail happy through the mountain section. Creasy again just managing to claw back a little bit more time. And if Creasy can have a good run out of Skyline, he will be in slipstream range, but again Jackson very good at Skyline and gets a great run out and not enabling Creasy to have that slipstream. Looks like Creasy opts to take a more tighter line into Skyline rather than getting that run out. So Jackson takes advantage of that and manages to use the power and the straight line speed of the Mercedes to get a big boost out of them corners. See how much time both drivers are losing here as the lap times begin to fall. Both drivers now slipping into the 203s. Another purple sector for the Mercedes in the first sector. Again, this gap has been like this for the past 10 laps. Creasy really managing to make the tyres work at the beginning of his second stint and closing up this gap to Jackson, but he might have pushed the car a little too hard now because he can't attack as much as he used to. And Jackson just managing to put in clean, consistent lap times, really just managing to maintain the gap to his closest rival behind him. But a mistake from either of these two might send the end of this race for them. Again, Jackson a really good run out of Skyline. Creasy just can't get that Hyundai turned into Skyline. It looks like some of the other drivers are coming in for the second stint. The gap now over 2 seconds between Jackson and Creasy. Creasy just losing a little bit of time here and there. The tyres might have started to have an effect on that Hyundai, but might be having the same effect on Jackson now as they both come into the mountain section. I have to say, who can keep their head the coolest and who can come out of this thing on top. Jackson throwing that Mercedes about through the mountain section. And powering it out onto the back straight once again. again, just Jackson just maintaining that little bit of gap, just eking out every tenth possible over Creasy. Creasy might just be starting to struggle a little bit more with the tyres now. So you can see on the right side, Creasy does not have that much grip left compared to that Mercedes, but he is hanging on in there. Creasy just hanging on in there, managing to maintain the gap along this back straight. It is quite fascinating to see how even these two are between each other as well. Ooh, bit of a lag spike there from Jackson. Hopefully, touch wood, his internet holds up for those last stages of the race. What is going on in the chat right now? Apparently, yeah, you know what, I'm not even going to indulge that. Again, looks like Jackson just managed to maintain a little bit more gap, just eking out them seconds. Gap now up to 2.7 seconds along the back straight, and that's only going to increase. Creasy needs to find some pace from somewhere if he's ordered to try and make a dash for first position here, but he is getting low on fuel. Looks like the tyres might just be starting to give away ever so slightly. For Creasy here. Three-second gap between Jackson and Creasy, and there's a big gap back to keep Creasy and Yamnil, or Yarny, sorry, and Millsy is 7.5 seconds back from the Porsche driver as well. These two actually have gone pretty well in this last stint of the race. They've actually managed to be maintaining pace to the leaders quite well. Jackson really has nailed Forest Elbow. Creasy just falling again, continuing to fall away ever so slightly from Jackson. So you come up to the final 2 minutes of the race here. Let's keep the camera on Jackson. Millsy actually sets the fastest lap of the race now with a 2:01.7 as well last lap. Good job from Millsy, finding some pace yet again in the dying stages of this race. If you bear with me 1 second, I'll leave the camera on Creasy for this final 4 minutes of the race. I'll be back in a second. Final 3 minutes of this race, coming down to the wire. Jackson just managing to do enough at the moment. .203.5 from Creasy, 203.2 from Jackson, 0.3 quicker, and it looks like there's going to be 2 more laps of this race, and it looks like Jackson and Creasy will finish a lap ahead. Coming to the last minute and a half of this race, and Jackson manages to briefly extend the lead to 4 seconds here, and it looks like the tyres on that Hyundai are starting to die out. On the penultimate lap, Jackson again eking out a bit more time. 4.7 seconds is the gap. Slow lap there from Creasy at the 2:04.4, one of the slowest laps of the race. And look at the consistency that Jackson has managed to eke out. 202s to 203s. And he's done that this entire race. Very consistent driving from the Mercedes driver. A little bit of a lag spike there coming over the hill. And round the mountain section for the final time. And as well as we see the Porsche driver coming across the line to take third place. Very good job from Yanni there. As we see Millsy as well coming across the line, unfortunately not managing to catch him this time around. And finishes in 4th place on completing 58 laps. And it looks like Jackson's just managed to do enough as he comes into the final corner. As he comes across the line now, Jackson takes home the win. Great drive from him, and Creasy in 2nd place comes across the line, couldn't quite manage to catch him in the end. Still an excellent drive from Creasy, finishing 7 seconds behind him. Great stuff from all the drivers that have participated there. Jackson coming home with the win, and an excellent job from him. Great job to everybody who participated there. Really good fun watching that. And if you bear with me just 1 second, I'm going to warm up slightly before heading out on track. Okie dokie. Hopefully everybody's continuing to do well. Big congrats again to all the drivers that are participating. And now, it's my turn. So I have no real idea. Well, I guess I do need to turn on my wheel. That would help. Bear with me. Right, sorted. Super softs onto 4. Cool. Hey Danny, how you doing, buddy? So, the question is, who is participating in this stint? So looks like we have Bastian in the Audi this time around, G4 rotary in the Porsche, Lewis AGL in the Hex Mercedes, Pacey Willie for Mercedes, and Ivors are participating in another Mercedes and Jono. So I wonder if they're actually going to participate in this as well. And we also have Ghost back in the M6 as well. So I wonder if all of these guys are going to participate to make up some numbers. But with that said, let's join the grid and let's get started, shall we? Right. Let's see if I can remember this track from yesterday, shall I? I should have really taken a note of the time. Actually, you know what, I'll do that now, before I do. What was the time of the first guy? So the time was 2 hours and 1 minute and 36 seconds over 59 laps. So 59 is the target to go for. I don't think I'm going to have enough pace to go for 60. But if I'm able to, I will. But I don't think I'm going to be able to. Whoa, okay. Guess I need to be careful for that then. Good start. Just need to find the groove again that I had yesterday. Looks like there's already some complaints in the chat there. I really need to remember what I was doing. Just need to get into my groove again because just need to actually remember my lines and such. That's the line. That's the pace I need to get. It's the pace I need to be constantly for that. Hiya Kieran, didn't realise you were in the chat there. God, I don't feel like I have any grip to it there, Christ. And here we go. No, you did really well, Crazy. Great recovery. Yep, 2 hours to get into this. I'll be starting in second, and it's a rolling grid this time, so who's in first? It is PC Willie. Going to be interesting, definitely going to be interesting. Just need to keep my head in the game for the first few laps and I'll settle into it. But yes, good luck to everybody who was in this one. PC Willie, Rotary, Lewis, Basti Bastian and Ghost. Good luck to everybody. And let's do this. Just going to try and settle in for the first couple laps. Tyres aren't warmed up yet. I'm in the slipstream. Just take it easy. That's the drive. Come on, little Genesis, I believe in you. I'm going to have the brakes on him. I'm going to have the better line in here. Pushes me wide, fair enough. I did kind of expect that, but I thought I'd try anyway, just in case he wanted to play fair. I guess he didn't. So I would suggest being ready and having everything set up for 3. Danny? Thank you. Damn it. Car didn't have enough grip. He's going to get me into this corner. See, this is why I like to use high-powered cars for the straights, because it's really difficult to pass high-powered cars. Yeah, you can tell this guy's good. Good defensive line. Bloody grass. Right. I know I haven't been to corners. As soon as I can break that slipstream, it's gonna do it for me. All over him in this section. Damn it. Went wide there. I didn't make any contact with him there at all. Just pressured into him, a mistake. Right, let's just focus and not let him get back in the slipstream. That's all I need to do. Let's set these timing screens alight, shall we? Exit from there. Ah man, bottled it. It's like things like that I just cannot afford to do that, because I had the advantage on him there. I was out of his slipstream. He was out of my slipstream. Just in it. God damn it. Just in my slipstream there. By like 0.05 of a second. He takes that corner very nicely as well. Messed up. You know what it is, I just feel like I don't have as much grip at the moment. I do regret choosing the Genesis a little bit as our car, to be honest. But in the times that matters, it really is good. But stuff like that just make it a bit more inconsistent compared to some cars. Boom, that's the exit. Oh, right. I think I was braking a bit too late into some of them corners. Yeah, that's it, Rob. Just at Bathurst, it's very difficult to overtake the high-powered cars because of them straights. Because you basically can't pass in the mountain section. The only way, opportunity to really pass at this track is if somebody makes a mistake or on the straights. So when you have a car that is good in corners but rubbish in a straight line, going up against a car which has got good top speed, it's very difficult to overtake at this track. Forest Elbow seem to have them though. Don't like this nerve that is currently in my left shoulder. Sorry if I can't read your chats right now, I'm just trying to focus because I really want to try and make a solid gap on the guy behind because he's quick. Hey Jason, how you doing, buddy? That's the line I need to, that one. And through that. I hope they have ghost lapped cars on. Come on Aldi, pull me. Yes. I got the slipstream off the Audi. Right. Bit more trouble through the mountain section. Yeah, I don't really understand it too, but I'm glad lapped cars are on this time because they weren't on for the last few races and it caused a bit of chaos. Hopefully the two behind me meet at some point and start battling, but they're too far apart at the moment. Got a little bit too greedy there. I feel like I'm gonna end up passing out today with the amount of heat, to be honest. I mean, the fact that we've already done 20 minutes to me is mental. Hitting that curb isn't as bad as I remember. Not gonna lie, I am very, very happy with my pace right now. I was not getting this pace in practice, so I'm very happy, because otherwise I think the pace in practice I would have been behind Willie. To see what kind of strategies these guys are using as well. Whew. Just keep it up. Definitely getting into the groove of it a bit more now, which is nice. Right, okay, so I feel like I've got a bit more breathing room now at least. I feel like I'm fairly settled in at the moment. No, I think I'm still going to go for the one stop. The tyres honestly don't wear out as much as I think they do, especially if I'm not in like dirty air or anything like that. You lose too much time in the pits here. It's not as if it's not like gardens in the same fact that you can make up the time by having the fresh tyres. Because the pit stops are so long at Bathurst now that you can't make up the time. Well, that's what I don't feel like you can anyway. So I think I'm just going to play it safe and go for the one stop. And put it simply, if I go for the two stop, I don't know if I'll have the pace to catch back up if everybody else is on a one stop. I don't know if I'll have the pace. Wow, look at that consistency though, all in the 201s. I was not hitting this kind of pace in practice though, not in the slightest. So I'm very pleased about this so far. It's definitely going to be, the max is going to be 59 laps. There's no way anybody's getting 60. I don't think. Mathematically, I don't think it's possible. So it's just going to be finish as close to the end time as possible, really. Unfortunately, Bastian is not having a good time as usual. We come up to the first half an hour mark. So I've got more than enough fuel to not be able to pit, really. First 202. Wide through there. Just about managed to crack it. Tyres are starting to fade slightly, I think. Wasn't as comfortable through the mountain sector. Lost a lot of time to the guy behind as well. Maybe not. I'm sorry, but if that's the first sign of fade in tyres after the first half an hour, I'm definitely going all the way. I am starting to heat up though, quite a lot. Two 201s are still possible. Just made a couple of mistakes. Oh, good stuff, good stuff. From the looks of things, crazy. I don't think I'll be in any dirty air whatsoever. Because I have a feeling both of these guys will also be doing the same thing, going for the one stop. You need to have, I think you need to either be in like a ridiculous car for this track, like the Aston or something like that, and you also need to have like blistering pace to make the two stop work, like hot lap pace, whereas I don't at this moment in time anyway. Otherwise, I think the one stop is by far the best way to go. Because even with a fresh set of tyres, you ain't making up 27 seconds. Well, I'm certainly not anyway. If you look at how consistent my lap times are and look at my tyre wear, there's no way I'm gaining because I would need to gain seconds per lap in order to warrant the 2-stop, which it's just not there at the moment. And I don't think I would have to run in the low 2 minutes in order to catch and gap the cars that were on 1-stop strategies. If I went for a 2-stop, I would have to run 2-minute lap times, which I don't think I can do, not consistently anyways. So I'm just gonna stay with my 1-stop. The only thing, the Willie behind me in the Mercedes, he's pretty much running the exact same lap times as me. Oh, and I forgot to mention as well, light mechanical damage is on, so if you hit a wall, you're going to get damage. So that's another reason why I don't want to go hell for leather on the 2-stop. Sorry if this is unentertaining for anybody. If there was a bigger gap and if I felt more comfortable, I would be chatting away, but it's too close right now, I feel, to potentially ruin that. I really don't want to make a mistake and let this guy like catch any time up. Looks like he might be going for the one stop like me then. Tiny graze of the wall there. Looks like somebody's having trouble on the mountain there. Bad last corner. Yes, I believe they were. It's who Jono drives for, I believe. I'm pretty sure that they were definitely here last time, yeah. Oh, there goes past Sebastian. I didn't want to get caught out by any like spikes or anything there, so I just had a safety brake through there. Oh, bad line, but recovered. If I can try and catch up to the back of this guy by the front straight, that would be beautiful. Coming up to the hour 15 mark. Catching up to Ghost now. Not quite there. Hopefully I'm not too close through the mountain section. But I have a feeling I'm going to be. down to 4 again. I have a feeling that Lewis might have been a blue screen though. Not quite managing to catch up to the back there, unfortunately. Could have used a little bit more of a boost. God, I even anticipated the slipstream and it still threw me off. Well, you say that, Mew, but it doesn't really matter, to be honest. This is all in a bit of fun. It doesn't really matter who's, like, the most competitive guy for the job. It's all just for a bit of fun, really. To see Ghost getting it very wrong in the entrance of T2. As I say, there's guys of very, like, different skill levels who race in this, so... just about. Whew. Bad corner. Still in the low 202s and the 201s. But so is Willie. I didn't know if Rotary was going to be able to keep up the same pace as us, but looks like he's fallen off a little bit as well. A very even pace right now. I'm glad I managed to pull out that little bit of a gap though, because we are incredibly even on pace at the moment. 9 minutes until pits. Ghost jumps the gun and goes into the pits. Just. I'm getting hot, hot, hot. Oh, oh dear. No, saved it. Right, so if I'm pitting in 5 minutes, so I'm going to be pitting in on lap 30, at the end of lap 30 I think. Is that right? No, I'm going to be pitting at the end of lap 29. I'd love to know how far G4 rotary is behind, to make sure I don't get tangled up in that mess. Yeah, 2 more laps I think. was a bit bad through there. Panicked a bit through there. However, one thing I am going to have to do when I'm in the pits is I'm going to have to put my phone on charge, because it's running low. Pitting at the end of this lap. Crazy, if you're still in the chat, what was the pit time? Can you remember if you're in the chat? If you're not, then not quite sure. Or was that the 27 seconds, the pit timer in total? Right, bear with us 1 second, guys. I'm just going mute and then we'll go on to the bits. Right, just got it. Right, I won 30 laps, just in case. Cool. I just want that little bit more, just in case. I have overfueled a little bit, but it means I can just push and not worry about fuel now, which is quite alright with me. I've caught up some time on there. And say apologies for anybody who might only have any messages in chat. I don't have the chat available to look at the moment because I needed to charge my phone. So apologies to anybody in chat that I'm ignoring, basically. Oh, he has a lot less fuel than me though. That's nice. He must have been revving the nutbags out of that thing. So he has a lot less fuel than I did when I came into the pits. See, you guys in the chat are going to talk so much shit about me now, because I can't hear anything or see anything. Right, settle back down into the groove again. More grip in there than I thought there was. I mean, it's not even my fastest lap, so take with that what you will. I've gained about 3 seconds in the pits. So hopefully I can maintain that. Need to try and not overdrive this thing, so that's when I'm going to start making mistakes. I know I have the grip there to make use of it, but I need to just be careful not to bin it. Am I going too quickly on fresh rubber? Too much into there as well. No, I didn't lift off, I'm an idiot. Damn it. See, that's what I mean about getting a little too overconfident with the amount of grip I have now. I've probably lost about half a second doing that. And that. It's probably a penalty as well, yeah. Fucking penalty system, I was doing so well up until that point, man. I swear I was on for a clean race there. I swear I was. Until that point. And then I've binned it. Look at the time I've lost from there, man. Ridiculous. Well, if that's my only mistake, I'll take it. Don't know how I'm going to burn off this penalty though. I guess like that. I didn't want the big penalty notice flashing up on my screen constantly. That's true though, I only did lose about 4/10, so it's not as bad actually. I lost more time from the mistake than I did from the penalty. That's how I should have taken it last time. Mistake. Oh, that last section was sweet though. 48 minutes. Getting more and more confident in that section now as time goes on. Whew. God damn, it is hot. Just about kept that together. Oh. Still not many lap times in the 202s even. I'm not gonna lie now, I wish it was slightly closer to the end. great lap by Willie though. I think Willie's starting to turn it up. Ooh. Despite being purple in the first sector, Willie must have had an absolutely monstrous rest of the lap. Counting down the laps. off at me. Drift there on the final turn. I was going to say he's really picking up the pace now, considering that's my best lap of the race so far. And he's still gaining on me there. Again, apologies to anybody who's watching this or is just tuning in. I am still talking, but I'm basically being a tryhard right now. Because that guy behind me, Willie, is quite quick. Well, very quick, in fact. So I don't want to lose my concentration of focus or anything. Just want to maintain this gap. And hope it's enough. Yay, I'm in slipstream. Bloody dirty air. Oops. Bad corner. Whew, man. Still half an hour to go. First like 40 minutes of this race just went by so quickly, and now I'm feeling every lap now. Let's not start overdriving now. A small mistake on that lap. Ghost fired up comes into the pits on soft tyres that he was using. Oh, man. Under half an hour. Keeping the pace up. Willie's had an issue or something like that. Must have had a small incident or something. I'm nailing that first corner now. I mean, it only took me 47 laps, but you know. I don't know what's happened. Might not have put enough fuel in or something. Don't know. Love to know what time it is right now, to be honest. Oh, man. My eyes are stinging. if that's a comment for somebody to tell me the time in the chat, I don't have my phone, so unfortunately I can't see any of your chat messages or anything like that, but I am going to assume that's somebody putting the time in. But if not, hello and welcome. Hopefully this isn't too boring to watch. Some rotten potato going around Bathurst reasonably quickly. Wonder if his tyres have went off. Jono's joining back into the fun. There is Danny setting up the next party for the next few stints. Still purple through the first sector. Shift down there. definitely have enough fuel. 9 laps, easy. Accelerator a little too early there. Whew, man. Definitely glad I did them stretches now. Whoa. Otherwise I'd be aching a lot more. Oops. Oh man. 11 minutes left. Come on. One stop was definitely worth it in the end. Would have lost far too much time in the pits. Must happen to be fuel saving a little bit or something, or it's just falling a bit off the pace depending on what tyres he's on. Because I've managed to gain quite a bit of time on him considering what he was doing at the start of the stint. So he might have just pushed his tyres really hard in the beginning part of this stint. Whew. 8 minutes. Yeah, I think his tyres have died off quite a lot. You can see the amount of time he's losing on some of the corners. It's unfortunate. Must have really been pushing the tyres on the beginning of the stint, because they've looks like they've fallen off massively. Oh, brakes please. Three more laps, I think. I think that's going to be it. Yeah, 3 more laps. You can see how much rubber's being left on the outside of that corner now. How many laps have we got left? 3.7. Actually, the perfect amount, surprisingly. I'm glad I overfueled. Ooh. Hate the brakes at Forest Elbow, just don't work sometimes. Well, oh, that went better than expected. I think I wasn't expecting to be this consistent, to be honest. And I know that might seem rich for anybody that knows GRT. But I am very surprised that I was able to just keep it this clean and consistent, really. Like, I've been on these tyres for an hour now, almost an hour, and I'm still doing 202s, like low 202s, and I was just on the 201 before as well, so very happy. Now we're on the penultimate lap, finally, as well. Don't bottle it now. Right, on this lap I'm going to go for it as well. On this next lap. Gonna rev the nut bags out of it, gonna push it in the areas I know I can push it. I don't think he's put enough fuel in. See, he's slowing down big time. On to the final lap. As I say, to anybody who didn't hear my messages before, I can't look at chat right now because I had to put my phone on charge. So sorry if I've missed anyone. I'll catch back up after this race, and then I will have to hand it straight over to Danny for the next stint. So Danny, if you're watching, get yourself ready, get yourself in the lobby as well, and yeah, get yourself sorted, because I believe there's going to be like maybe 10 minutes before the next race starts, before the next stint starts. It's going to be like 10 minutes. So no doubt you already are ready, but just in case. There's the 30 seconds I wanted. Ghost is the first one to cross the line. Well done to Ghost. Yes! Get in. Boom. 2 hours and 32 minutes, almost a full minute ahead of stint 1. I will take it. Proves how quick Willie was in this stint as well. With that, I finally stand up after 2 and a bit hours. Oh. Sweet. Right, let's quickly have a quick check of all your messages in the chat. Sweet, we had 11 views at one point. Sweet. You need to add Ivor, Danny. It's Ivor1 Bighorn. Thank you, Hansa. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Hippie. Thank you, Mew. Thank you, Hansa. So yes, if you send Ivor1 Bighorn a friend request, it's this guy here, Danny. Because you'll be the one. Actually, no mind. You can't say that. Yeah. So Ivor1 Bighorn. That's the guy who I'm highlighting there. And with that, I'm going to have to get out of here fairly sharpish, to be honest. So thank you very, very much, everybody, for tuning in to my little stint there for the last 2 hours, and also thank you to everybody tuning in for the last 4 hours in total. Yes, if you need to, you can also use the lobby ID, Danny, to get in. just make sure you do fairly sharpish, otherwise he's going to start without a stream. That's all. But yes, without further ado, I am going to leave it there, and I'm going to pass it over to Danny, who will be your entertainer for the next few hours. No doubt, show him the love that he showed me. And yes, with that, I shall see you guys next time. Take care, guys.